tweede finale op dit moment aan de leiding gescoord op 470 geprobeerd 26e plaats. Ninja van Wieren gaat naar de scores voor Thomas Wijnstaring. Scores op Price. BE 7%. Haag 66 809. C 69 043. En 68 936. 68 511. Maakt totaal van 68,66. En daarmee de 8e plaats. 68.66, rank 8. prijs aangeboden door FEI Dressage. De nummers 1 tot en met 3 gaan hier binnenkomen in deze Grand Prix Special. En dat gaan we dit jaar op een bijzondere manier doen, dames en heren. De paarden blijven in de box. Ja, dames en heren, hier staan ze voor ons. De banden zijn extra hard opgepompt, ook die van Hans-Peter Minderhout. Want hij gaat naar die eerste plaats, een score van 74%. Geeft u eens een mooi applaus voor Hans-Peter Minderhout en Kloks Toto junior. Gaan we de felicitaties overbrengen. De voorzitter van de jury, de heer Henning Leerman. Felicitaties voor Hans-Peter en zijn mooie prestatie met Kloks Toto junior. En dames en heren, natuurlijk hier ook aanwezig namens RS2 mevrouw Saskia Lemmens. Zij gaat Hans-Peter ook feliciteren met deze mooie overwinning. En namens de organisatie van ons CIO Rotterdam, mevrouw Pien van der Plas. En mevrouw van der Plas namens haar collega-organisatoren van dit CIO Rotterdam brengt ook de felicitaties over aan Hans-Peter. En dames en heren, op die tweede plaats 73-7-13 Dinja Verlieren en Hartsuiker. En gisteren behaalden ze de derde plaats. Vandaag ook hier in Rotterdam, hier in het Kralingse Bos. Marieke van der Putten en Torvensletters, Titanium, RS2 en OP. Zijn de felicitaties overgebracht, de foto's gemaakt. Ja, en dan moet het toch weer gebeuren, Hans-Peter, weer op die fiets. We zullen het beperken deze keer tot 2 rondjes. Is dat oké? Ja, goed zo. Dan gaan we. We starten de muziek, dames en heren. En nu klap gezellig mee. Een rondje op de fiets voor Hans-Peter, Dinja en Marieke. Ja, dan gaan we over die middenlijn, dames en heren. Eerste plaats Hans-Peter Minderhout, Golden Dinja Verlieren en Marieke van der Putten. En let u eens op, bij die Tour de France dit jaar, we hebben 3 nieuwe deelnemers.
Ja, dames en heren, u ziet het. We gaan de piste prepareren. We gaan zo naar het volgende onderdeel. We gaan naar de Grand Prix. We gaan naar de internationale dressuur. En natuurlijk kunt u ook weer meedoen als jurylid. Even die app downloaden. Spectator Judging. Kunt u gemakkelijk vinden.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome along to FEI TV. Welcome along to the FEI Dressage Nations Cup of Rotterdam. And what sport we get to bring you over the course of today and beyond. The dressage, of course, our primary focus, and a tremendous world-class lineup just minutes away from heading down the centre line with 8 different nations competing, some of the world's very best. And of course, Paris is oh so close, and for one or two of these, I am sure, it is a fabulous opportunity to ensure that they have captured the eyes of the selectors and put together those final ingredients to perhaps propel them into those Olympic teams. Teams of 4, 3 scores count. In fact, though there are 2 of the teams, Great Britain and the USA, you can see represented by Catherine Baston, Sian Lapp and Becky Moody as their last 2 riders to go. They in fact have teams of 3. The rest coming forward with teams of 4. Plenty of strength in those teams. Be fascinated, I think today it's going to be a interesting battle for the podium positions. Germany and of course Sweden very much with strong lineups, but of course the Dutch here on home soil. There's your ground jury, and joining us today, Raphael Salah from France, at H, Mariette Sanders van Ganswinkel from the Netherlands. Great Britain's Isabel Wessels is the president for this class, joined at C, and then at M, is Germany's Henning Lerman. And then finally at B, another of our Dutch judges is Janie van Twist, who will be sat here on alongside those famous flowers, sitting down there in the tremendous setting. It really is an absolute pleasure to be here in this amazing parkland setting. We're right there, nestled right in the heart of this beautiful park in Rotterdam, and it's been the home of this tremendous horse show now for so many years, and it really is one of the big blue ribbon events, not just on the Dutch calendar but the world calendar. And of course over the coming days we'll see the Longy League of Nations here with the show jumping teams very much in action, and you can certainly understand that it's going to bring out the very, very best. The dressage today moves then on to Saturday. For those of you following just the dressage, we'll bring you live coverage of the special and the freestyle, and plenty more action going on beside that. But FEI TV now taking you right down into the heart of this class as best we can. And, just want to sit back, relax and enjoy the Grand Prix test, the Nations Cup, bringing that extra flavour as the battle between the nations. Always exciting. An Olympic year, perhaps even more so. Of course, the teams will look very different when they get to Paris, but nevertheless, I certainly stand by the fact there are 1 or 2 today that will certainly be looking to perhaps confirm their places after strong performances. When you consider the time frame, we're now into that final month before we go to Paris, so therefore it is the perfect opportunity to perhaps have that last run, that last test before the Summer Games. But a lineup this week that includes a run of 10 and then a 15-minute break. We'll then see the second 10 to come forward and then the final 10. So 30 in all, heading down that centre line. And as you can see, I think we're just about set to get things underway. Certainly not holding back here from tractor out to horse in, because I think we are running actually a couple of minutes late. I haven't really noticed. We're just getting into the swing of it here this morning. Sat up in the tower looking out, and starting things off is Domien Michels riding into Mezzero Van Het Merhoff, the 16-year-old gelding by IPS Graboldi. This Belgian warm blood begins. This was his ride at the final last 2 European Championships alongside the Olympics and World Championships. He's been a consistent horse at championship level. more recently. He took the win in the freestyle in Gothenburg in the World Cup round. It was back in February. In terms of their Grand Prix performances in their career, I mean, the Grand Prix in Gothenburg was a good strong score when they scored over 70%, but you're looking at high 60s to 70% in terms of their sort of current average at 70.848, I believe was their PB in Grand Prix tests when they finished second in Sweden back in February. The horse in that transition down on the Piaffe and Passage, of course, always going to form the backbone, the Piaffe and Passage, to your Grand Prix tests, with that and the transitions in and out being worth more than a third of the marks over the course of the test. But just needs the horse to stretch a little more in the walk. Just relax now into this. Good balance through the two-time changes. Lovely pirouette to the right, Just a little bit wide in that first pirouette to the left. A really solid start. Just losing out a little bit there in the transitions. To bring a little bit more through the piaffe and passage, but I have to be a little frustrated with that because it will just have a little bit of a dent on the score, as you can see at the end. But otherwise, that was a quite brilliant test. From what we've seen from those two, it was very much in their upper averages throughout, and Dominique Michel's there with that beautiful 16-year-old Intermezzo Van Het Merenhof, certainly showing plenty of quality to kick things off, and we'll just wait for that final score as evident. With the overall outcome, so I understand it, for what I've worked out, their PB being 70.848. I don't quite know with that final line that they're going to get there, although they were certainly getting close because it was a very neat and tidy test, and the horse that's really established itself at that level now. And certainly understand that they will be focusing on the weeks and months ahead with great excitement. And yeah, there we have it. Brilliant average of scores to show up as a final mark of 70.543 for that combination. So, certainly one of their best scores. Not quite their best, but one of their best. In fact, if I just have a quick look back, I'm pretty sure that would be the second highest score for those two in a Grand Prix test. So congratulations to Dominique Michels for Belgium, kicking things off. Of course, Belgium with Charlotte Defarquy to come a little later, also Flora de Vin and Larissa Polilis. They've certainly got strength there as well, and what a sort of, they're going to get good scores from each, good solid scores from each of those riders in the team, and certainly benefit from having the four riders in case one of them does run into a problem. Already see the electronic scoreboard down there in the corner is indicating where we're heading next, because we're off to Sweden. Maria von Essen and Invoice, the Swedish team today, with Juliette Ramel coming a little later with Burial KH. Also Therese Nisraden and Dante Valentino LLD, and then their final rider, it's that man Patrick Kittel, and the gelding touchdown is the Swedish lineup in this FEI Dressage Nations Cup of the Netherlands. So Maria von Essen and Invoice, the 12-year-old gelding by Jazz out of Olympic Ferro Mare. So her sisters Emily and Angelique compete both in the world of jumping. These two competing recently in the Nations Cup in Compiègne, where they scored 72.326 in the Grand Prix that day to finish in the top 10. In fact, finished second in that freestyle, wasn't it, in Gothenburg, behind Dominant, who we were just watching, and of course these were the two that beat Dominant in the Grand Prix test. Their score in Gothenburg was 71.261, but their personal best actually in this test, 74.131, came in Tolba earlier this year. Already putting in a really strong start. Lovely halt. Certainly looking engaged through the rainback. Sure, steps up a little bit into that collected walk, looking for the regularity, the suppleness, the activity, of course that heightening of the steps of that self-carriage, and then this very difficult transition from the collected walk into the passage. Quality to the canter work. Canter pirouette. Really looking to ride these uphill and making sure they're nice and expressive, and that's something that you really do see notable differences in between the good, the very good, and the exceptional, and just having a little moment there coming out of that pirouette to the right. Bringing that extra little bit of quality, certainly had a very strong start to the test. Oh dear, just struggling a little bit with the hold to the end, which will inevitably just count slightly against them, but hopefully not too much, because they were again just over that 71% mark in terms of their average. And Invoice there, starting things off for the Swedish team here today. The 12-year-old Jazz Gelding with Maria von Essen. So kicking things off. Let's see how that score develops. I think we're going to get the score, and it's a very good, strong, consistent average from those members of the grand jury to bring up a total mark of 71% exactly. So Maria von Essen there with Invoice, the score in for the first from Sweden. But one judge going as high as 72.717, the other four all in at that 70% mark. Very tight, as you would perhaps have expected between the two we've seen, especially with their recent competitive performances. I'm sure there'll be plenty of interest in the next to go, because we're getting close to the first of the Dutch team competing here at home. It's going to be Edward Gaal that kicks things off. The Netherlands also with Marlies van Balen in the team to come a little bit later on, Emily Scholtens. And their final rider will be Dina van Leer and Hermes NOP. So again, you can see there's certainly not trying to leave any stone unturned. There's plenty of strength there to try and make sure that the Belgian team over the course of this Nations Cup competition are very much in with a shout. Look at it, it's like really perhaps going to be hard to call. Germany as well today, bringing a very strong team here. And the thing is, it's an event that's exceptionally popular with the riders. It has been for so many years. It's formed for both dressage and jumping. Of course, it was the Europeans here. What was it, 2019, when Isabel won the European title here. And it's just a venue that really does resonate with both riders, owners, horses, grooms, and of course the people that come to watch it as well. So Edward Gaal kicking things off. It's the ride that took him to those Olympics in Tokyo, where he rode to 6th place individually, where he finished in 5th place in the special and 6th place in the Grand Prix test. 12-year-old Turtlenass stallion. That's that tremendous World Championship winning ride of Edwards all those years ago. Doesn't seem that long ago, but the World Championship was 2010, wasn't it? Europeans 2009. It's only their second outing for these two since Tokyo. They rode in Exley. That would have been last month now, May. Score in May of this year in the Grand Prix was 74.783. The PB coming, well, it would have been in that Olympic year. They twice scored over 78.6. But already able to just allow this horse to remind us of the quite phenomenal quality and expression that it brings to the arena. start to this test. Competed here with this horse back in 2021. Finished in third place that year in the Grand Prix. He actually then went on to finish second in the freestyle. So important to keep that straightness as well as, of course, keep the movement through the changes. Straightness and steadiness of the change is so important. One or two places, just a little bit of tension creeping in. Sitting back, lifting through those pirouettes. Certainly enough to take over the lead in these early stages, certainly enough to keep this fabulous audience very happy as well because of the home support always here. And Edward Gale there with Glock's Total Us, or Glock's Total US. Perhaps not going to have the highest score on their record. I'm sure they would have perhaps been opening for more, but it's a case of back in the arena. In fact, their three-star performance back in May slightly higher than that, although the standard here, of course, the expectation much higher. 73.196 though is still a very strong score in a Grand Prix test, and not to be sniffed at. And it's great to see those two back out competing at the very top level, I'm sure, with one thought in their mind as they look ahead to the summer. And partnership that can certainly bring out their best. It would be lovely to see those two back in the freestyle again after that second place here a few years ago, to try and bring home a Dutch win maybe over the course of the next few days. We will see. So there's your leading score. Edward Gal, 73.196. Next to go, first of Team Germany, Bianca Norag Ollenbrock and Cololito. 12-year-old gelding by Quarter Hall, out of a first Romancia mare. This Hanoverian gelding is the first for the German team, and this young lady who has excelled as she has come through the youth ranks of the sport over the years, with multiple medals, including individual medals as well. Now very much established at the top end of the sport as well. Losing out in terms of marks through the walk and then that gap and passage. Lose. Performance there for Bianca Novrak-Ollenbrock in her senior team debut in Nations Cup competition. As I said, exquisite record in the youth categories of the sport, and now with this ride, Quilito, the 12-year-old, beginning to very much establish their credentials at the senior level as well. And Germany today with a very good lineup. Karina Scholz to come a little later. And there's the score. Goes into third for the moment across our panel of judges, just a little bit under the 70 at sea, but the rest bringing that in line to a 70.696 to start things off for Germany. And of course, the score individually there going into the top three at this stage. And I was just going to tell you the German team today. As I said, Karina Scholz has brought Tarantino 5, Inga Klimke has brought SAP SAP Friedenstanzer, and their last rider is a certain Isabel Berth and Wendy de Fontaine. So exciting lineup for Team Germany here. That lineup of marks, as I say, 70.435 was the E score, H 70.870, and then 68.696, 72.747 and 70.761 to give you that total of 70.696. The leading scorer is Edward Gaal for the Netherlands, has certainly made an impression with that opening score of 73.196. Now to France and to Corentin Potier and Gotilas du Villiard, the first for the team that, of course, this summer will be hoping for a big showing on home soil. And this is a horse that, say, now 13, he's been developing over the many years that they've been together. I mean, 2018 they went very well in the Young Horse 7-year-old World Championships. They rode together in Herning in the World Championships of 2022. Also recently in team action in Compiègne, where they scored 72.065% in the Grand Prix. Actually bettered that in the Grand Prix in Le Mans in the 4-star. It was about 2 weeks later at the end of May. Arriving here with a good average. Really committing nicely to the extended. And plenty of bravery. And he's ridden this test really positively. Combination now well established over the last 3 or 4 years. And regularly scoring over 70% and again really pushing towards what could actually be a personal best here today. .522, I believe, the personal best, and that came in Fontainebleau last year. careful in the pirouettes. They just didn't rush them a little bit too much, needed to sit that weight back. Certainly making sure they're ready, and he knows how good it was, and that's the key. These horses, these riders, they feel it, they know it. When it goes as well as that, they just know. They feel every single moment and movement as they're riding, and the exquisite reaction from the amazing Quentin Poitier as well. He's just smashed his personal best, and he knows it. And the love and relationship that he has with that horse, that beautiful gelding, 13 years of age now, Gautier de Filard, and that, as I say, it's the fact as well. It's a horse he's been bringing through over the years, and that relationship has really blossomed. Look at that, 73.674. It's a new combination best score for those two. And what a time to do it as well, when final decisions will be made, of course, as to who heads down that centre line in Paris in a few weeks' time. And the French team will be pushing hard to try and make sure that they can try and win a medal. They're renowned for the success, of course, Olympic champions previously in jumping, of course, dressage in eventing, but their dressage is certainly showing great strength, and that score, the best of those so far. One judge actually had them in second, that was the judge at H, but still, nobody giving them less than 73.4 is a big moment for those two. 73.674 was the final score, and is now the leading score in terms of the Nations Cup competitions. Certainly helps if you can get your opening score on the board with a degree of strength. So let's move on to the Danish team. As Lund Bang Zindorf is the first of this team of four. Riding here with Thrathgardens Rostov, the 14-year-old mare by Romanov, out of a diamond mare. Rode at the Europeans back in 2013 on Vitu L, which qualified for the special. The Danish team that year that just missed the medal when they finished in fourth place. Combination that has been able over the last 3 or 4 years to consistently score over 70%. On their record, there's only one test, that was back in 21 where they dipped below that, but personal best sitting over the 72.41 that came in earning this year in the Grand Prix. a bit more energy, a bit more lift into the PF. That self-carriage and elasticity, of course, through the back and the steps. Losing the shape a little into that canter. Perhaps to have a little bit more self-carriage and just lift slightly more through those pirouettes. Again, just showing that level of consistency that these two are, though, able to produce, that ability to constantly score around that 71% mark in these Grand Prix tests, and that 71-72 sort of margin just seems nailed on every time they go down the centre line. And Banazindorov and Radegardens Rostov, the mare there, starting things off for the Danish team that includes Nana Skobrov-Merat to come a little bit later on, Daniel Bachmann Andersen and Karina Kasakruf as well. So the Danish team, don't rule them out today. It's going to be really hard to call the team end of this competition, I have to say. It's going to be fascinating as it unfolds during the class. Well, there's the score. 71.261%, good enough for third overall at the moment. Slots in behind Edward Gal and ahead of Marie von Essen. So France, the Netherlands, Denmark, Sweden, Germany and Belgium. That is the lineup of nations so far in this FEI Dressage Nations Cup of the Netherlands. The Aon Prize, €12,000 worth of prize money in terms of the individual rankings, as we move on in a moment to the next to come forward. In fact, we're going to get the second rider now for Belgium. It's going to be Charlotte Valqui are riding Botticelli. He's 18 now, this stallion. By Vivaldi has certainly been a star at Belgium's dressage scene, and certainly with this lady in the saddle has taken her through from the youth levels through to the Senior European Championships last year in Risenbeck. Started their first youth outing was back in 2013 when they rode in the Junior European Championships. And as I say, that's a fabulous journey that these two have been on together. A busy year on the World Cup circuit again last winter. Also recently competing in Compiègne. I have to say that perhaps wasn't the best reflection. Struggled that day in the Grand Prix test. I think they'll certainly be hoping to bounce back from that. Sort of averaging around 68, 69, and very capable of breaking up to 70+%. They did that at the Europeans last year, 71.072. Mechlin, they scored over 71.5, which I believe is, in terms of Grand Prix competition, their combination best score, that's 71.5. Again, in a couple of places the tension just creeps into the test. I certainly have the ability. Just doesn't look as relaxed as one or two of the others we've seen. rush through the pirouette. So now the horse just to lengthen the frame a little bit more through that extended trot. And needs to keep the regularity, keep that collection and self-carriage now as they move down the centre line through the passage into the Piaffe. Perhaps just losing the rhythm a little bit there towards the end, although the marks have stayed pretty stable throughout. Second of Belgium's combinations as well in terms of the Nations Cup scores. We can look to that as well in a moment. The horse has certainly been a star for Belgium through the career of Charlotte Fouquet as she continues now, and we'll be hoping, I'm sure, to press forward. But maybe was hoping just to impress a little bit more with the mark here today. I'm sure she would have really wanted to be trying to get through that 70% mark if it was possible. First of Belgium's riders, to remind you, was Dominique Michels, who did score a PB here today. It's 70.543, and Charlotte and Botticelli just falling short of that, 69.826%. The Nations Cup scores will be held. It's 3 of the best 4. Of course, as I mentioned at the very beginning, Great Britain and the USA with just 3 scores. So there you can see, for the moment, that is held as a discard score, is how we call it. And it's simply put just a total of percentages, 3 percentages added together. Whoever has the highest, that's how you win a team competition. It's not overly complicated. And to keep it simple at the moment, France are leading the way in terms of the individual competition. Courtier Potier, who smashed his personal best. We've got Gilles Dufillard, the 13-year-old Totalas gelding, to lead as it currently stands. And we were just watching there the second out for Belgium. That was Botticelli and Charlotte de Fouquet. We've got 3 more to go before we take the first of the breaks, which will be the shorter break, the 10-minute break. There's a 15-minute break to come after the second 10. It's broken into 3 10-horse groups in front of the grand jury. You can see people coming into the tower here and behind the camera as well, where the grandstands are. It'll be very busy as the afternoon progresses, I can assure you. It's such a brilliant place to be, and of course plenty more going on as well with the other arenas. And as I say, how this show just fits perfectly within this beautiful park. It really does. And the warm-up arena is just situated behind where we're looking towards. Down in that sort of bottom left-hand corner is the in-gate, just behind the clock, and to the right of that big screen. And just heading in front of the camera there was what I believe to be the next to go. We've already seen Maria von Essen for Sweden. Now we're going to have the ride for Juliette Ramel and Berial KH, another super horse that has had a quite prolific career. This is the second 18-year-old in a row, but age is no barrier. Experience is what counts. And this gelding by Austria has been quite beautiful throughout the time with this particular rider. Juliette, tremendous jockey for Sweden. These two who have ridden at multiple championships together, including 2 Olympic Games, both in Tokyo and in Rio. Taken it to the World Championships as well, both in 2018 and in Herning in 2022, when she qualified all the way through to the freestyle, as she did in Hagen in the Europeans when she finished in the top 10 in 2021. We do have a Grand Prix personal best of 78%. Came in Giesten in the Netherlands back in 2019 in the Nations Cup in a 3-star. Recently as well, their performances have been solidly around the 72% mark, but just struggling, as we've seen here a little bit at the start. Should be disappointed. It's very hard to come back. We'll see the score go up, but difficulties early on. Just needs to get forced to relax a little bit. Looking much better through that massage coming out of the PF. Juliet and Sweden be a little bit disappointed with the way the score has gone so far after those earlier issues, because they did score, it was over 71.6 in that Nations Cup competition in Convignette back at the beginning of May. It was their first outing of the year, having not been together competitively since last July. Shows last year after earning the previous year, they so many just keeping things relatively light. First pirouette, I was almost leaning back on its haunches slightly, losing the shape slightly. Showing the quality as the test unfolded further to recover that score to what looks to be over 70%, but only just. Of course, we've already a score on the board for Sweden from Maria von Essen of 71%. sure if today Gilles Ramel's score will be the counting score or hold on to the discard, because of course still the final two to come for Sweden you would expect to both score well, with Fraser Nishagen and also Patrick Kittel to come. So wait to see how that pans out. Just waiting for those scores to come in from our panel of judges: Rafael Seller, Mariette Sudders van Gunswinkel, Isabel Vessel, Standing Lerman and Dun Van Twist, and there they are. 70.913% is the overall total to go into fifth place from an individual standpoint, just behind Maria, who sits in fourth, and as you can see, it's awfully tight in terms of the marks, but for the moment the score that Sweden will not be counting here in Rotterdam. That wonderful lineup of flowers, but we'll see more from Sweden. They come later on, as you would anticipate. Of course, the order of the teams and the order of the teams and where they slot in is drawn, in order to which the chef d'équipes then place their riders within that draw is down to those chefs and team managers. Well, let's move on to the next to go, because we're back with the Netherlands, who already had a good start from Edward Gaal and Blocks Total US, or Blocks Total Us. Now the turn of these two for the Dutch team. Marlies van Ballen. Very nice as they head down that centre line. This is Habibi DVB NOP, the very exciting 12-year-old gelding by Blue Horse Don Chiffro, Arva Johnson TN Mare. Well, he's another with plenty of experience in the sport. Rode on two Olympic teams. You can go back as far as 2004 when she rode Idocus in Athens, and then of course Go Legend. Ooh, no, don't go there. It's just, well, there's no other way to put it apart from just shying away from something on the side of the arena that caught their eye, and inevitably that'll have an impact on the score after what had been a super start. Say Red Go Legend at the Tokyo Games. These two rode at the European Championships last year, again qualifying all the way through to the freestyle, but that is sort of a heartbreak moment really, because it's absolutely dropped the score now from what was well up there in the 70s to just into the 60s, so it's again very much now a recovery ride. The last 4 or 5 Grand Prix performances have all been over 73%, and well, they came out very much looking towards that here today. Partnership that really has come to the fore over the course of last year. They came together in terms of big tour competitions back in 2022, towards the end of that year in December, but then last year certainly making themselves well known with that European experience as a reward. Finished second in Mechelen in the Freestyle World Cup round in December. Originally produced by Mara de Vries, who brought this horse through the young horse classes. Certainly had the quality yet again to be able to bring that score back towards 70%. 3 zigzags, good in the counter half passes with the changes. Wide, but sort of recovered the pirouette. Well, they came back strong after that little moment early on where the horse just shying away from something, and of course part of it coming to these fabulous arenas and these magnificent settings such as the arena here in Rotterdam, and although they get the opportunity to do a little bit of exercising in here prior, you never really know the way they receive the arena, whether it be the surroundings, the environment, the people, the clearing, the cheering, the clapping, is all part of it. But they have their own minds occasionally, just like us. Something catches the eye and, well, puts you off. That's exactly what happened there. Well, even with that, still over 70% and solidly so. 70.435%. It's the combined mark, that was 0.435. For the moment, held away as a discard. 2 other combinations that will really be looking to score well, and they've had that good strong start from Edward Garland. It's put them in a good place. As Edward sits with the second best individual score at the moment. More to go before we take a little pause in proceedings here in this Nations Cup competition. We'll reach the first of the breaks. We're going to start with a new team because it's the first of 3 riders that form part of the team for Great Britain. This is Richard White and Henry de Sixo, 12-year-old gelding by Ruby out of a Jalisco mare. Who is married to 7-time Olympian Keda Kirkland. based at Wellington in Eckville in the UK. Rode at the international event at Ixted with this horse, what would have been about a month, 6 weeks ago now. He rode in the Grand Prix there to score 66.869%. We started together in the competition of the Big Tour classes last year. In fact, it would have been June last year, so it's 12 months on now. PB is, well, their combination best is 68.761. That came at the international event in Hartbury. Unfortunately, as you can see, the start has, well, can be ignored to a point because it is just the opening mark, but every mark is going to be key to the British team here today, as all three of their scores will have to count. Not able to relax through that walk either, unfortunately. This lovely looking at Lusitana. Just be able to stretch down, take the bit, relax, and then just open up the body, open up the frame. Unfortunately, they're showing quite a lot of tension here. Again, Richard just having to be very quiet, very careful. Again, going into those two-time changes, that tension just creeps back in and suddenly just ends up with the problems across that diagonal line. been the easiest test for him to ride. Only the biggest stage so far for these two. Combination, their first team outing as well. Certainly a horse with a lot of ability, and certainly a rider has shown his skills, just to do things as calm as he did, but unfortunately today still been a level overexcitement from Herio de Cieso, as Richard White there just finishing off as the first to go for Great Britain. So 10 have gone. We'll get Richard's score in a moment, but it is, of course, a team of 3 for the British today. Lewis Carrier to come a little later with Diego, and then their final rider is Becky Moody and Jägerbomb, which will be a fascinating test as Becky push perhaps to impress, to maybe look towards Paris. There's plenty in that position today, none more so than the French rider Corentin Piotier, who's leading. There's Richard White's score, 64.674 is the first of 3 scores that will count towards the British total. So as I say, the leader at the moment is Corentin Piotier and Baptiste Fouillard, the combination best, 73.674. And Edward Gall and Glock's total us, the score 73.196, and that's for the Netherlands. Denmark sitting in third with Lern van Sindero and Varanagardens Rostov on 71.261. Not going to get into the team totals too much at the moment because we've only seen 2 in a couple of the teams, and obviously the individual order gives you enough of a clue as to how it's setting itself up, but there is still 20 to head down the centre line. We're going to take a 10-minute break. Live here on FEI TV.
Ja, dames en heren, we gaan verder met ons programma in deze FEI Dressage Nations Cup of the Netherlands. We gaan de volgende combinatie binnenkrijgen en daar komt ze binnen namens Duitsland. Representing Germany, Carina Scholz en Tarantino. Tarantino, born in 2007, geboren in 2007 bij Toronto. Kabitz en Varus.
Welcome back,
Germany,
FEI TV with you
Carina
live
Scholz,
here in
Duitsland.
Rotterdam. Delighted to be joining you wherever you're tuning in from around the world. Welcome to this amazing setting here in this beautiful city. Now we kick things back off with the second third of this Nations Cup Grand Prix, the FEI Dressage Nations Cup. Germany to kick things off again, Carina Scholz. Now we've already seen Bianca Nora-Ollenbroek for the German team sitting in sixth individually on a score of 70.696. And this combination, the 17-year-old gelding by Toronto out of a Carbid mare, the Hanoverian gelding is Tarantino 5. Recently in action in Wiesbaden. They finished third in the Grand Prix, scoring 71.370. Also red in Hagen. Start here as well. Combination's best score together in Grand Prix came in the 5-star in Doha in 2022 with a score of 74.305. Perhaps wanting to see the horse just stretch down a little bit more, open up that frame through the standard walk. At the moment, though, as well, going to be able to help Germany with that team score. Nicely done through the Sergeant Piaf. confidence. Bien from Passage. And should well be
Ja, dames en heren,
a good
Carina
strong
Scholz namens
score
Duitsland
towards
met
the
haar
German team mark as
Tarantino,
well
de
as
afstamming
the,
van Toronto.
previous German rider Bianca
bruinzoon van Toronto. Carina Scholz,
70.9, so
Germany,
that looks
Duitsland.
like it was trending. With Carina Scholz there and Tarantino 5 towards a score. Well, certainly count towards the team total as well. That put them well within the top 5.
And scores in Germany's Carina Scholz and Tarantino 5, judge at E, 71.739, judge at H, 70.652, judge at C, 73.587, judge at M, 72.717, and judge at B, 72.
There we have it, 71.8,
giving an overall percentage of 71.804 into third individually so far.
71-804 voor Carina Scholz namens
So,
Duitsland.
look, there we have it.
En
It
daarmee
counts
op de
towards
derde
the
plaats.
team.
71,804.
We'll put them in third place overall
Spectator
for
judging.
the best of each of the team's scores
9.
as to how it's been
Plaats
counted
haar op
at the
plaats
moment.
2.
Just to remind you, they've
And
got
from
two
spectator judging from all of you following along, whether in the stadium or at home. And also you see the scores
France,
started
the
feeding the
Netherlands,
second
Germany,
rider
1, 2,
for
3
Germany
from
for
an
the team there.
individual
With
standpoint.
71.809 spectator judging score as you following along
So,
to our official judging score, put her into second. Of course, official score of 71.804 into third from our judges here for this Aeon Prize. Reminder of our judges this morning, and Judge E is Raphael Sada of France. Judge at H, Mariette Sanders van Gansevik of the Netherlands. Judge at C, President today, Isabel Vessels of Great Britain. Henning Leerman of Germany at M, and Judge at B, Janine van Twist of the Netherlands as well, making up our judging panel of today's FEI Dressage
scene
Nations Cup
here,
of the
getting set
Netherlands.
for the next to go.
Namens,
So we're going to turn our
Frankrijk hier
attention
binnengekomen in
to
de
the next up for France
Graanse
at the
bos
moment.
bij het CIO Rotterdam aan Auxerre en
away.
James Bond de Massa.
France leading the standings.
Voor 2014, 10 jaar oud van Bombravoer, Malax Xiro en Universo.
Add to that mark here
France,
with Varun Seret riding James Bond
de
Massa.
Massa.
The 10-year-old stallion Bravo B is next up. Already with that personal best performance from our current leader, Corentin Potier. These two, another championship performance already under their belt at the Europeans last year, where they qualified to go into the special. Also, as a rider, he's played a role over the last 10 years or so at championship level. In fact, rode here in Rotterdam in the Europeans on Ultra Blue de Massa back in 2019. Collected in Le Mans just a few weeks back. Scored just over 70% that day in the Grand Prix. Grand Prix personal best, for reference, came at the Europeans last year, 71.444. So again, I think we'll be looking to try and see if they can better that here today, and certainly they've had a decent start. Averaging around 68-69% in Grand Prix tests. bring a bit more quality to the canter, just to see the changes in the canter and just a little bit more uphill. Just allow the hind quarters just to take the weight, just show that south carriage through the pirouette a bit more. Struggling, big problems coming, sadly, just all got very disjointed, and that's unfortunate right at the end of the test in such an important moment, of course, with the double coefficient as well, with that PF. It's that final moment you have to push the score one way or the other.
We kijken naar de Franse Arnaud Serre en James Bond de Massa. Nummer 12 op onze startlijst. We kijken naar de FEI Dressage Nations Cup of the Netherlands. Steven, we will have results for this France rider.
We certainly will, and France, of course, with us last year as well. French rider Arnaud Serre and James Bond and Massa. The scores from the judges at E69.239 as France continue their defence here in the Netherlands. Judge at H 66.848. Judge at C 67.283.
If it hadn't been for that little moment at the end, I think it would have been over the 68% mark.
Judge at B 67.609. Giving an overall percentage score for Arnaud Serre, European Championship rider last year for France at 67.761.
They went over 71%.
Voor Arnaud Serre, dames en heren, een resultaat van 67.
And as we know, Corentin Potier has put a mark on the board that has certainly brought the French team into contention in these early stages. It's always a little bit hard until you've had three riders from each team gone to be able to sort of get a little bit of a clue as to where the team scores are. That's my viewpoint anyway. It's, you know, of course, it helps to have the leading score at the moment, but you need sort of three to go and start to see how that overall team average is beginning to come together. Let's move on, because Denmark, who have had one rider already, Lemban Zindorf, have got their next. Now, Denmark's opening score is 71.261 from Paragarden's Rostov will now be followed up with this lady, because the turn now of Nana. Nana Skoblerov-Merald here with Blue Horse Don Omlibrio, the quite brilliant 16-year-old jazz stallion out of an Olympic Pharaoh mare. That took her recently to second place in that World Cup final in Riyadh, and that was in the freestyle. Of course, they finished third in the Grand Prix while they were there to add to that, and it's an exciting ride for a lady that has been part of World Championship success, of course, with the great Blue Horse Zach at the Worlds in 2022, and then on the bronze medal winning team at the Europeans last year was Zepta. But you get the feeling this is the focus for this year. Former ride of Daniel Bachmann Andersen, of course. It's a ride that Daniel had a lot of success with over the years. Oh dear. Unexpected moment. I mean, Daniel, when he was riding it, was scoring regularly. He had managed to pick up scores of over 78% in Grand Prix Test. Nana, over the last few years, has been regularly scoring 74% with this horse. But today, I think, in what is going to be a really tight competition, I've just cost herself a few marks there that will count against her later. It may make the difference, certainly the team perspective as well. This is a horse that in the freestyle as well will be able to excel. It's very naturally gifted at its paces, this stallion. Certainly a combination that has all the ingredients, but today that earlier mistake, and just a few other little moments where it hasn't been as neat and as tidy as we've seen from them on occasions in the past. But she's still put together a very, very strong test. And will it be enough? We've already got, yeah, they're just downstairs, the Danish support team on the balcony, making sure they're heard. So anyway, like I was about to say, we've had two scores of 73+%, one for France, one for the Netherlands. Where does that figure for Denmark? Because it was looking like it could be. There it is, 73.631%. That is tight, very, very tight. Ooh, what a difference that little moment early on will have made. And that means it'll count and go into second place. And with the likes of Daniel and Karina, Denmark are going to be a tough proposition now here this afternoon. Well, I should say this morning, we haven't got to this afternoon yet. Depends where you're watching, of course. If you're east of us, you might be. Anyway, well done, Nana. As ever, she is such a fabulous talent, able to so naturally extract the very best from these horses, and the Blue Horse riders, or Blue Horse horses I should say, have been ridden to a fabulous level there, and that 16-year-old Jazz Stallion looking great. And she's very happy. He looks very happy. Well, we're going to move on in a moment to the only nation, in fact, we haven't seen so far of our 8 different teams taking place. It's the United States of America, the USA, here to go next. Ashley Holzer joining us with Hansel, the 11-year-old gelding by Don Olibrio, who of course we've just seen. And this is out of a Metal mare, so we saw how Dad did. How can Junior get on? Hansel here. Ashley, tremendous rider for the USA over the years, has got a lot of experience. First rode in Olympic Games on the bronze medal winning team. You'd have to go though all the way back to 1988 and to those Olympics in Seoul when she rode Ripio. She rode, of course, in Marco Polo in Athens, as well as Hong Kong, and in London when she rode on the team there with Breaking Dawn, with plenty of World and European World Cup appearances along the way. She's also ridden at Pan Am Games. Recently in action with this ride in Hagen, where she rode to 71.456% in that Grand Prix test. It's the first time these two have competed outside of the USA, where they've been solid over the past few years. So their second time at 5-star level. Unfortunately today they're going to have to recover their score throughout the course of this test. They'll be disappointed as well, because they started the year with a personal best that came in Florida and scoring strongly in Germany earlier this month. Really not settling. Seeing something that they don't like, unfortunately. And we saw it happen to already a couple of riders in different parts of the arena. Of course, it's not just one thing. Every horse is different, like we are. Different things catch your eye. And at the moment, Ashley just giving the horse the confidence that it needs to continue in the test, just giving it a little bit of reassurance, and Hansel then able just to keep moving forward. Again, finding something to go sideways from rather than forwards. You can see in Hansel a horse with so much ability when he begins to relax. Just today that has not been. Marks to Ashley, she's really kept her composure and just kept things moving forward throughout this test despite its difficulties. And again there, just the energy falling out of the pirouette and breaking down into the trot. And the mark is reflective, of course, but there would have been so much more on offer. Just today, a really unsettled performance, sadly. Well done to finish Ashley Hulser there, and Hansel, and a test and a mark that I'm sure they'll want to quickly put behind them, as I said, is not really reflective of what they are able to achieve. We've seen that in scores over the recent months and last year as well, with the achievements at Grand Prix level from these two. And although they're really pushing on this year at Grand Prix competitions together, this 11-year-old just today getting a little unsettled early on, and then it was very hard to come back from that. They've, a 70+% score on a regular basis, as we saw in Hagen just less than a month ago, on 71.4, and in Florida when they got that score of 72.5, but today 59.044. And a little bit like we saw with Great Britain, because of the fact that it's a team of 3, it is a score that will have to count towards the team result here today. Still Kevin and Catherine to come a little bit later on in the draw, as we continue to move through things here for this FEI Nations Cup, the Dressage Nations Cup here. Of course, over the weekend, Saturday and Sunday, we also have the Grand Prix special and the Grand Prix freestyle to bring you live on FEI TV. Let's not forget as well, FEI TV will be bringing you live coverage tomorrow of the Longines League of Nations for the show jumping and the Grand Prix on Sunday, and you can find your way to watching all of the sport from CSIO Rotterdam over the course of these 4 days. CHIO Rotterdam, one of the most special events on the calendar. Well, that was the USA. Now we're going back to Belgium. Now, I said we'll start to pay more attention to the team scores once we've seen 3 from each country, and this is the 3rd to go for Belgium. Dominic Michel's sitting in 9th place overall, 70.453, with that beautiful test that's kicked this whole competition off on Intermezzo van der Merelhof. It was a little bit more difficult for Charlotte Defocqui and Botticelli. They're 69.826. And now, though, we move on to the 3rd of the quartet. It is Flor Davin riding Flynn FRH, the ride that she qualified and rode to 6th place at the World Cup final in Riyadh. They finished in 7th in the Grand Prix. She also, of course, rode this horse in the Grand Prix test as part of the team for Belgium at the Europeans in Lisenbeck last year. She was recently on the team for Belgium in Compagnie after coming back from Saudi, and she scored 73.326% in France in that Nations Cup competition. She started off really strongly here today, and after France, perhaps France was nearly her personal best. I think in the past she scored 72.5, but as I say, getting much more back with it. The way this has started, she is very much looking towards one of their best scores together. It's a horse that she started with in young horse classes. Finished 2nd back in 2021 in the 7-year-old World Championships. She took it into small tour. just letting their score down a little bit. Trending towards the best of the Belgian scores so far. Again, getting ever closer to knocking on the door of a combination best score here. Twice this year, though, they have scored over 72%. Came in Amsterdam and in Den Bosch in the World Cups, but the Netherlands have been good to them in terms of their scores this season. Really nice passage. Just need to keep the energy out of the PF back into the passage, but this is a strong centre line to finish this off. Just lost that little bit with that final transition, but comes to a nice square halt at the end as well, and that was as strong as you'll see from those two. Really, really outstanding performance for Flodevin and Flynn, as their scores just percolate together as the judges add the final marks. Of course, the general impression mark is the one that will be missing, and that itself carries a double coefficient. So, of course, is a important mark. Can just add those final few points to your score, and that will certainly be the best of the scores so far from Belgium, no doubt about that. We're about to see it in a moment as well, so let's just have a little look. 72.913%. 72.913. I'm just checking my stats, but I am positive that is a combination best score for Flodevin and Flynn FRH, and that obviously certainly helps the team score here today as well. And 72.913, as we saw there, from an individual standpoint, going into the top four as well. Still, it is France that lead. Corentin Potier out in front by a mere fraction of a percentage from Denmark's Nanoskover Malalt, and then Edward Gaal, who we saw earlier on as the Dutch combination to lead the team out, was on a score of 73 as well, 73.196 there in third. But Belgium sitting comfortably now there as well. In terms of the team competition, the next test will also be the third member of a team, so it'll give us a good reference point with how Sweden are doing after that score now going in from Belgium. That is Nils Hagen riding Dante Valtino OLD. It's quite wonderful 17-year-old by Danone out of a well-hit mare, the stallion that has again been a huge part of Sweden's teams over the years. We'll be going back, what, to 2017, their first European Championship outing, when they were on the bronze medal winning team. Of course, they were on the bronze medal winning team here as well in the Europeans in 2019. Rode as well on the European team all the way through successively from 2017 in Gothenburg to Ritzenbeck last year, where they ended up finishing in 6th place in the freestyle. Also rode at the World Championships and those Olympics in Tokyo together, where they went again all the way through to the freestyle. Sweden will be hoping for much, I am sure, with these two. But still the tremendous combination of Touchdown and Patrick Kittel to come as part of the team. This is a combination that have, I mean, a few years back now, but have scored over 77% in Grand Prix. More recent times, they're still scoring 71 to 73%. For something around that 75+% mark here today, and if they do that, of course, we're already trending towards the lead. They'll put a little bit of a gap on the score from Corentin Poitier if they can. Sadly just a little untidy there, and the last few moments from the walk and through is just costing them. Lost their energy through the from passage as well. Again, you can see how that has crippled their mark for the score here. Certainly looking more settled and like themselves again through the pirouettes. Though surprisingly, with the problems they've had, it means at the moment Therese Nithagen is here with Dante looking to be perhaps the score that for Sweden won't count, but we'll see. This final line is certainly going to need to be impressive. The score has kept moving up towards the end of this test. There we have what looks like it's going to be for Sweden, perhaps the score they do not need or will not use. Which is the fact Maria Van Essen 71%, Juliette Ramel 70.913. Both sitting in 7th and 8th place from an individual standpoint at the moment. Obviously putting the team suggests relatively healthily. It'll be interesting to see how that compares to Belgium's team score at the moment. Of course, I have a feeling if it doesn't count, it could be too much of a gap, but it will be perhaps a percentage and a half, 1.5%. There we have it, 69.935% for Therese Nithagen and Dante Valtino LOD. So they go into 12th as an individual. They, though, do not count towards the team score. So those team scores, which have seen 3 riders go, so one of those being a discard. You have Belgium on 143.456 and Sweden there on 141.913. Sweden, though, do have the prospect of still having Patrick Kittel and touchdown to head down that centre line, so they know they have got some strength still to come. Meanwhile, we're going to, in a moment, focus on the next to go for the Netherlands. Of course, with that solid and impressive start from Edward Gaal, it's certainly now, well, the Dutch will be hoping for much, I am sure, as we just watch the replays conclude there for Therese. I think we'll pick up at the start here with Emily Schultens riding the 11-year-old Apache Stallion Indian Rock. Out of a Vivaldi mare, this Dutch warm blood. These two who rode in Risenbeck at the Europeans last year. Again, they qualified through to the freestyle. She also rode this horse all the way through to the freestyle at the Worlds in 2022. Winners in Neumünster of that World Cup round, and they won the Grand Prix there as well, 73.456. And Fontainebleau, they also won the Grand Prix in April on a score of 75.478. And as you can see today, the Netherlands certainly bringing their A game. What is a hugely impressive start to this Grand Prix test. Lepage and Pierre so often a sort of party piece of what these two have in their locker. Still got plenty in hand over the leader at the moment. And of course, with another good strong score from Edward Gall sitting in second, it'll certainly look in a moment perhaps to elevate the Netherlands in terms of their team. Of course, we sadly saw Marlies Van Balen having a couple of little issues with her test earlier. It was just napping slightly. No such problem here for Emily. Unfortunately, there's a couple of little mistakes have cost them more and more. And in a day where we have seen scores look so promising, and then just to prove as ever the fine margins of this sport have turned into something far more costly, and it shows the achievement of our who will be still leader. What a brilliant test from Corentin Portier and Cotillas de Foulard a little earlier, because you wouldn't have expected Indian Rock and Emily Schultens, on experience of their scores in recent months, to have really scored anything under 73% today. that 75 plus score, winning in their last Grand Prix test in Fontainebleau. It is today much, much harder. And unfortunately, the score will reflect. Up in terms of the teams, I'm just waiting for somebody to add them up for me, called a computer, because we will need to look. Remember, we now have scores for Belgium, for Sweden. We're just waiting for the Netherlands as well. So as soon as that comes in, we'll have a little look. In fact, I think when it does come in, it'll still be a counting score, because the mark for Mullies was only 70.435, and that is 71.305. There is more there, but Emily Schultens today with Indian Rocks 71.305, and there you have the team score, 144.501 versus 143.456. So that is less than a single percentage mark between the Netherlands and Belgium, and we've got about 1.5% between Belgium and Sweden. So it's going to be very, very tight when it comes to these final riders that we will see in due course. That sort of run of final riders all coming, as you would have expected, a little bit after the break. We'll get into that sort of final run to the finish. Well, we've seen one for Great Britain already. It wasn't the easiest day at the office for the first of the British riders, Richard White. Now, though, the turn of this young star of British dressage. It's with Diego. Is Lewis Carrière, the 16-year-old gelding by Spielberg. Who has over the last couple of years really come to the fore in terms of the international scene at senior level. He was with this ride ever present through young riders and under 25s. Rode in London in the World Cup round at Christmas. Rode here last year after a really strong performance at Windsor last year. Of course, he went back to Windsor this year and finished in third in the Grand Prix. Last year in Rotterdam in the Grand Prix, he scored 71.196. To believe, from my understanding, is still this combination's best score in an international Grand Prix. tidy from Lewis as ever. Say, great young talent. Nicely setting himself up. These zigzags, just needs to keep that energy in the canter. Just brings a little bit more lift if you can to those changes in the half pass. It's getting a little bit tense as well towards the end. You can see just in that final line through the ending of the passage. But nevertheless, that was Lewis Carrière riding, of course, for Great Britain, one of their 3 riders today. So a team score inbound as well after 2 scores to count on the board. But it's certainly not going to be an easy day for the British team after the score a little earlier. But Lewis, as ever, continuing to carve out a tremendous partnership with this horse as they've done over the years. So just waiting now for the magic of immediate scoring to come through. There you have it, 67.022. Putting it in 16th place. For the moment, we'll keep him ahead of teammate Richard White and Hero de Cieso, because there's a sizable margin between them, but 131.696 is a sizable margin back to the others that we mentioned in terms of team scores, of which, as it stands, it is the Netherlands from Belgium and then Sweden. 2 to go, in fact, before we get to the 15-minute break, and then we'll come back for the final 10. 8 teams taking part, 8 different nations involved. So, to Germany's next, Ingrid Klimke and SAP Fruntanza, the 11-year-old stallion by Franziskus, FRH out of a Rudenstein mare, for one of the greatest all-round athletes of her generation. Of course, from the world of eventing and the world of dressage. These two together at the Europeans last year. They actually finished in 4th place. In Hagen would have been this year. They also went to Machariem in May, where they scored over 75% in that Grand Prix test. Again, just not a day that we're seeing the best of these two. This is a combination that have only on one previous occasion ever scored less than 70% in a Grand Prix. Not saying that'll happen today, but it's certainly showing how tough it is with the issues that they've had. Again, it's lacked the cohesion, impulsion, energy and correctness of what we know these two would normally bring to any dressage arena, and perhaps on their most difficult of day. And I'll be glad to finish that off for Ingrid Klimke. Maybe that even with her talents and the talents of that wonderful stallion that has today just not performed. And sadly for the scores, that will of course have quite a big impact on Germany's ability to perhaps contend here. And I have a feeling that will be the discard score. So Bianca Noorad-Ollenbroek 70.696 has been held off the score at the moment. So Karina Schultz is in on 71.804. Isabel is still to come with Wendy de Fontaine, the 10-year-old mare that I look forward to watching. But certainly the fascinating team battle here in this FEI Dressage Nations Cup in Rotterdam, as the mark is in. Sadly, the mark that she will not want to have to reflect on for too long. 64.631 for Ingrid Klimke. So from a team perspective, here we go. Goes into third. 142.5 is the score for Germany. So for the moment, it gets them ahead of Sweden by around about 0.6%, and it's where are we? 142.5 into third. 143.4 for Belgium, 144.5 for the Netherlands. But depending on what happens with the next test, the Netherlands might not be leading as we go into the break, because there is still a chance for France. And of course, from an individual standpoint, nobody as of yet, despite their best efforts, has managed to beat Corentin Potier, who has lit this arena up with a brilliant test a little earlier, and as close as Nana got, a little mistake from her has ultimately cost her the difference and that chance to lead. Now though, Alexandre Ayesh, another of the French stars, with Jolene, the 12-year-old mare by Johnson TN. So now we continue mare. Bring France into the team's standings. Another rider with a lot to give, and he has brought a lot to French dressage in those Olympics in Tokyo with Zoe Watt and the Europeans that same year. To this horse that he took to the Europeans at Elizabeth last year and rode in the special. She's a lovely mare. Rode with her in Compiègne in the Nations Cup there to score just over 70%. And their sort of average around 69 to 70% over the time they've been competing. And I'll try to look at better their score from the past. 71.761, combination best previously. I think one of the remarkable things today, when you look at just the way that, I know it's a trending score, but 72 at the moment there, the trending score at this point within the test. 3%, less than 3% behind, 13 different places down the order. Keeping things very, very consistent. Past, you would have expected these two to score between 69 or 70% skill, and they just about kept things tidy enough to follow that up here in Rotterdam. Alexandre Jolien. Perspective, but where does that go? It'll be a counting score. Only said I'll remind you was on 67.761. Got the advantage of a leading score individually from Corentin Poitier, 73.674. Still as well, Pauline Basquin and the ever wonderful Saratus Lima ZIFC will be the last to go, so looking forward to that. Always a pleasure to watch Pauline in action. But, Alexandra and Jolene just waiting for their scores to land, and we can have a look at how things stand. So still two to come Oh, come back to that. Here we go, 69.370, 15th individually, and from a team perspective, it puts France into third on 143.044, which means 143.044, 143.456 is Belgium, 144.501 is. So 1.5 marks, 1.5 percentage marks between first and third. And it means that there's about a 0.5 percentage back to Germany. Sweden sitting there in 5th, Great Britain in 6th. We haven't seen second riders though, or second scores to count yet for Denmark or the USA. We will after the break when we see Daniel and Kevin. And then we will see the final rider of each of the teams. There are 10 more combinations to come down the centre line. We're going to take a break for the next 15 minutes here. And then we will return live with you on FEI TV to find out who is going to lift this FEI Dressage Nations Cup crown here in Rotterdam today. But as it stands at the moment, the home crowd will be happy. The Dutch lead from Belgium and France. We'll be back very soon. Welcome back, and there it is, the run through to the finish. And look at some of the names. How exciting is this? Always going to be the way when you get to the final third, but it's very tense in terms of the scores. We're going to, of course, sort of get that all levelled up going into that final run of riders from Belgium downwards. But we've got Denmark and the USA. They need to put another score up for us to be able to have two scores from those nations in the mix, and then we can start to really see how it all unfolds towards the finish. And what a partnership this is. It is the turn of Daniel Bachmann-Andersen, the Danish star, riding Veron. Daniel, of course, who has had a superb career, originally with the Blue Horse team, very successful, and then moving on to ride the likes of Marcia Bell at the World Championships in 2022 when he was part of the gold medal winning team, and to bronze at the Europeans in 2021. This, though, Veron, the ride at the Europeans, of course, last year, that took him all the way through to the freestyle. Originally produced a small tour by Helen Lannon-Hannenberg, and Daniel taking the ride on in 2022. Most recently, he was second in that Grand Prix in Compiègne in the Nations Cup there. He went on and won the special the following day. Or I should say, that second place in that Grand Prix was a personal best as well, I believe 76.152, and he's already pushing on here today. By Vitalas out of a Gloucester mare, this 13-year-old stallion. Was Denmark as well in a very strong position here. After the test we saw a little earlier from Nana Skobberg-Merad sitting in second place, but only just off the lead. Nana had that little glitch, but Daniel at the moment looking quite peerless. Transition. I mean, what absolute fluency in these paces as well. leading through the pirouette. Of the frame through the extended. Lovely control. This should send Denmark, I'll start again, straight to the top of the team standings with still one rider to go. So he should be smiling. You could feel how good it was. We could see how good it was. And that will lead the way in this FEI 5-star Grand Prix. And it should well and will well push the Danish team to the top of the standings as well in terms of the team scores, because that combined with the mark for Nana is certainly going to, I would suggest, outdo the two scores combining that are giving the Dutch the lead at the moment. Certainly going to make it interesting going into the final riders for each of those teams, but an effortless test is what it looked like. You know, though, that it wasn't. It was a man and a horse working immensely hard together, and that certainly getting a rapturous applause is the crowd really just down below us, really enjoying that. So here comes the score, and there it is, a new leading score, 75.457%, and that brilliantly done for the Danish team, gives them a sizable margin over second place in terms of the team scores as well. 149.088. That is approximately as near as I can give you, 4.5%. So that's the difference that Dina van Leeuwen will need to find over Carina Krusselkroof. They've certainly gone a long way with that test of putting it out of reach to the Danish team. Very, very good here today, but it is all to play for. We've seen, though, the likes of Ingrid Klimke and Emily Scholtens, how easy it can be for things just to unfold in a direction you did not anticipate. Important test for the USA now with Kevin Common riding Duranesi, his 15-year-old gelding, Hanoverian gelding by Dancia, out of a Davington mare, second of the team of 3 for the USA, who sadly had problems with Hansel and Ashley Holzer, so they have quickly fallen out of contention in terms of the team result today. But this partnership that recently finished in the top 15 at the World Cup final actually put in a top 10 performance in the Grand Prix in Riyadh. Will want to be trying to do the same again here today, and look at the start, beautiful. They've had a fabulous run on the World Cup circuit out in the US, with plenty of wins in Wellington to begin the year. Combination of a Grand Prix best of 71.326%. With the start they've had, they may well be hoping to try and better that as well. second down to 10th in this class is still separated by under 3%. Daniel with that recent test of dead on, giving himself though a nearly 2% lead. Just those small moments that just see the score just ever so slightly ebb in the wrong direction for these two. Still heading in towards a score that would have seen them happily in the top three, perhaps, in the USA over the course of recent months. But here in Rotterdam, as you can see, it's going to put them just into the top 20. It shows you the difference in quality here today. Is some of the biggest and best in the business to take on, but it's a tremendous way to compare yourself and prepare yourself. There's Kevin Collin there and Danish finishing their test, and that will give us the second mark for the USA. But they, like Great Britain, have only teams of three, so all the scores are having to count, and both those teams have unfortunately struggled with their opening riders, none more so than Ashley Holzer a little bit earlier. But we'll see Catherine Beston Chandler and Haute Couture, and in fact the USA will be the last to go in this test. So we now have seen the teams bar their final rider. There's one to go from each team. Belgium, Sweden, the Netherlands, Great Britain, Germany, France, Denmark, the USA. That's the order the team will come forward in terms of their final riders. The order, it is Denmark that lead, the Netherlands in second, Belgium in third, France in fourth, Germany fifth, Sweden in sixth, Great Britain in seventh, the USA in eighth. So, fascinating stuff when you've got, well, what a lineup when it includes Larissa Politis, Patrick Kittel, Dina van Leeuwen, Becky Moody, Isabel Verf, Pauline Basquin, Karina Karsov-Gruf and Catherine Beston-Chandler. That is the riders that will take us through to the finish here, as that score does come in at 67.956. So that goes into the top 20, and the 22 that have been, they go into 17th place. There's the team score. As I mentioned, the difficulties earlier, so therefore sitting certainly in 8th place. Team-wise, it's a struggle for the USA. Belgium, though, will want to try and finish on a high. It's relatively tight in the middle because of how close things have been throughout the course of this competition. So Belgium, as it stands, sitting within the podium or in 3rd place. Now their team score of 143.456 is approximately 0.4 of percentage mark ahead of France and about 1% ahead of Germany, who sit behind them. Meanwhile, if they want to look forward, they are a percentage mark behind the Netherlands in 2nd. So Flambeau and Larissa Politis, this wonderful partner of hers, this gelding by Ampere, that has of course taken her to the Europeans last year. And alongside First Step Valentin has been a tremendous ride. Of course, this was her Olympic ride as well in Tokyo. Recently she was in the World Cup final, but that was with Valentin. Two such top horses, a wonderful part of her stable. She rode this horse in the Nations Cup recently in Compiègne, where she scored 71.870. Done a lot of Grand Prix together over the last 4 years. I believe the PB was actually at the Europeans in Risenbeck when they scored 73.106. Belgium looking for a really solid finish here to try and hold on to the podium. Super start for these two. A lot of this test still to go. And there'll be plenty of delighted onlookers with this performance up till now. With Paris just around the corner, Larissa Polilis has just delivered perhaps her best Grand Prix performance outside of a championship. That was brilliant, and that is just what Belgium needed as well in terms of the team competition today, because individually she was heading towards the top three, and I mean it's so close between second and third as it stands. I mean it's really hard to call. She could easily go into second in a minute, but that was brilliant. I mean championship wise, in Risenbeck last year, these two scored 73.1. One other occasion they've scored over 73%, 73.283 in Neumünster. That was in the Grand Prix this year when they finished in second place. But what a year to really start hitting these scores. And that was, well, exciting to see. Just where is it going to settle in? That had everything that they could have ever wanted, and it was just so clean from start to finish in terms of its action and performance, right the way down to that final haul. And it's just amazing. Watch the faces of they just know. Look how much that horse means to her. Plenty of carrots. And there we have it, 73.413%. 73.413%. It's a combination best performance for those two. Absolutely brilliant for Belgium. They have ended their day on 216.869. Of course, it's so tight in the top order of the individual rankings. I mean, she's only 0.2 of a percentage mark, to all intent, or we'll say 0.3, off second place. And that is a superb way to finish things off for Belgium. Well, Sweden, in terms of the team performance, perhaps quite maybe the surprise in terms of the fact it hasn't really gone to plan today, because Theresa Nilsgaarden, of course, struggling with Dante today, and even Juliette Ramel and Baril KH really wasn't the best we've seen from either of those two. It's rare that this man doesn't, though, bring his best, and of course with Touchdown we now get to see the newly crowned FEI World Cup Dressage Champions of 2024. And of course, what a moment for Patrick and for the sport, for him, for Sweden as well, for Patrick to be able to win that title. He's come close. He's ridden some tremendous tests over the years at so many different championships. He's won so many different classes, but to eventually win one of the majors at championship level, I think was something that everyone within the sport appreciated. This horse that he started in Small Tour back in 2020. More recently, if you were to look at the Grand Prix tests from Riyadh, he scored 73.292 that day, but he was scoring 75 plus in Grand Prix over the course of the winter. Of course, this was his Risenbeck ride as well last year when he scored strongly to finish in the top 10. He has, though, careful. Yes, so he scored on 3 occasions. He scored over 77% in Grand Prix with this ride. And Daniel Bachmann-Anderson will know there is a big challenge in this arena to that leading score as things stand. From an individual perspective, the overall total he is looking to stay ahead of is 75.457. To remind you, what you're looking at in terms of the scores on the screen is the average mark for that movement in the arena at that given point, and where Patrick slots in reference to that. So just a little bit behind as he comes out of the Piaf and Passage, although that was where Veyron was so unbelievably strong today. And with those Piaf and Passage, and also the transitions, of course, counting for more than a third of the marks in a Grand Prix test. If you're going to be strong somewhere, be strong there. Trending very much in line in terms of the score with the performance we saw from these two in Riyadh. Really is nothing in this. There is a cat's whisker between them. This final line, which was strong for Daniel, that's coming up, will decide who leads this Grand Prix. Patrick, with every movement, has edged his way back into this. Just that tiny moment coming out of the Piaf that's cost him. Well, still, he's heading towards second place. But he's still smiling, he always is. But he was getting so close to putting Daniel Bachmann-Andersen under real pressure. And I think that's going to go second. He just had that little moment coming out of the PF at the end. But, I mean, what a partnership those two are. It's, you know, for the sport as well, when you consider the two top ones here looking today, you've got a touchdown at 12-year-old, they're all 13 years of age. They're both in their absolute prime. And two phenomenal jockeys who've got and built some great relationships with them. So now it'll be interesting to see where Sweden figure in, because I don't think it'll be enough to push them ahead of Belgium in terms of the team scores. It'll get them a little bit closer. It'll get them a lot closer, depending on what. It just depends on where the judges land with this score. Patrick Kittel, 74.761. It is going to be close in terms of the team. So, into second individually for touchdown. Now, Belgium, 216.869. Look at that, 216.674. 0.2 of a percentage mark is all that stands between the top two with completed scores. But Belgium will be, I'm sure, delighted to know they've beaten Sweden here today. A little bit of a turn-up, perhaps one you wouldn't have expected when you were looking at the start order, but as I mentioned, you know, Patrick's brought them back, but surprising scores maybe from two of their tests here today. Meanwhile, now, what about the home team? They know they have a huge task on here to overturn Denmark's lead. If they're going to do that, they need this partnership to do what they do best, and that is perform at their best. It is Dina Venlier, final rider out for the Netherlands with Hermes NOP. 12 years of age now, still in his absolute prime. This stallion by Easy Game out of a Fleming mare. Also, Dina has been a tremendous ride, including that individual bronze at the World Championships, as well as team 5th place. But you know, they were individual bronze as well, weren't they? And they were 3rd every day from memory. their second outing this year. Of course, Aachen in the 3-star back in March when they won the Grand Prix on 75.522 was their first outing since the withdrawal in Omaha at the World Cup the previous year. But what a time to come back as the Dutch look to set their team up for Paris. Trending at 77%. You know, this combination has scored over 77% on 8 separate occasions in Grand Prix. And this is certainly going to put not only Daniel under pressure from an individual standpoint, but it's certainly going to keep the team competition very much in focus as well, as Denmark and the Netherlands battle it out here in Rotterdam. Still, this combination's best Grand Prix performance was in Rotterdam in this Grand Prix test 2 years ago, when they scored 79.739 to win the Grand Prix test that day. Certainly reproducing that fabulous consistency and form that we saw throughout 2022 and into the start of 2023. It's their first start at 5-star level in a Grand Prix for 15 months. It's as if they've never been away, but they are back, and what a way to come back. Dina van Leeuwen and Hermes NOP. And what a boost, not only for them and for the Netherlands today, but you have to say that is a massive boost to know they're back, and they're back on form, looking ahead to next month as well, as the Dutch team look to set things up as well. So a quite brilliant performance that is going to go straight to the top of the pile. Well, and that, well, I said there was a, what did I say? We need to have a little look in a minute while that score percolates in terms of the team marks, to remind you the 149 was the score for, in fact the scores are bouncing in and out, and well, yeah, 149 was the score for Denmark. They had about a 4% lead. Well, with that sort of score individually coming at around 77, she's just taken 3%, 2% of that immediately. So Dina van Leeuwen, 77.891%, clear leader. Daniel Bachmann-Andersen, 75.457. Oh, Patrick Kittel, 74.761. It is the Netherlands, Denmark, Sweden individually here in this FEI Dressage Nations Cup of the Netherlands. And there's the team score that the Danish team will need to beat. We'll just give you the, when we get there, we'll give you the percentage that is needed to topple that. And we still are not done yet, because now Great Britain go next. This team of 3 here today hasn't quite worked out in terms of the scores to battle for team honours, but certainly I do not doubt that this lady would like to prove that she is able to once again battle for as the travelling reserve to the Europeans last year. And well, it's flowed on from there. That brilliant performance in London, when she scored over 75% in the Grand Prix, went on to finish 3rd as well in the freestyle. More recently she went to Compiègne, and there in that Nations Cup Grand Prix scored 73.8. And what a start from Becky, as this tremendous gelding is certainly knocking on the door to be one of those horses that the British team perhaps will be sending to Paris. Of course, you would have the 2 Charlottes. Carl, of course, has got a fabulous opportunity, and Becky very much there as well. Today, I guess you would think, is the last chance to show that, and at the moment she's running even Stevens with that brilliant performance that we've only just seen from the Dutch star and the return of Hermes. Setting up now for the pirouettes. The score's just ebbed away slightly as the test has gone on. It is so tight in that top 10 that even one or two marks here or there making a huge difference. And just again, just using a little bit of that energy coming out of the Piaf. Been a tremendous journey for Becky, who, with her sister Hannah, has produced and trained some magnificent horses, has been a rider that has starred for so many years on the national circuit, but with this homebred super special Jaeger Bomb, this beautiful gelding that is still only a 10-year-old and has got a massive future to come, has really lifted her now to where she is on the international scene, and that was a really solid performance. Surely will very much put her in contention for one of those. Of course, only 3 will go down the centre line, but 4 will go to Paris. And as the trampling reserve last year, will she be in that position again this year? But we will see what the score holds. As I say, from a team perspective today, it's not to be. The British team will finish, I would expect, in 7th place. I think there's as much they can do about that. But Becky's certainly the highlight, and just now waiting for that score with 4 more to go. The individual lead at the moment is Hervé ZOP, Dina van Leeuwen, ahead of Daniel Bachman, Anderson and Veron, and Patrick Kittle in touchdown. And here is Becky into the top 6 with world-class opposition around her. She slots in 0.02% behind Nana Skobodov-Merald on 73.609. And that score puts the team up into 4th, but that will, as I say, adjust in due course, and they will fall down to 7th place. So, I mean, that bettered Larissa Polilis, it bettered Edward Gall, and many others, but that means Becky in 6th, Nana in 5th, Corentin Potier with that personal best still in 4th, and then, as I said, the top 3 we know. Right, on we go to a important test now for Germany. If I start with this lady's accolades, I'll still be going at the end of her test, because it is now the turn of Isabelle Werf. Happy memories of this arena on many an occasion, perhaps none more so than with Bella Rose when she won the European title here again in 2019. Today, Isabelle Werf riding Wendy de Fontaine. 10-year-old mare by Suzanne. It's out of a Blue Horse Soprano mare. New ride this year. And this is only their 4th Grand Prix test together. Combination best score of 77% came in Mannheim. Isabel finding all the answers with Wendy. This is the sort of score not only that will put her in the lead individually, but will also give Germany the chance to push up towards the podium here. Once again, getting ever closer. This is the first time these two have competed together at 5-star level. Horse that have previously for its Danish rider in the past, but Isabel, she's just been building up slowly. She went to Le Mans in February, Aachen in March, and then of course had that outing in Mannheim. To ride a freestyle with this ride. I wonder which way things will go on Saturday. This is a really strong outing. This is going to help Germany. Always one of my favourite riders to watch. Sits They're looking so effortless and produces such wonderful performances and always getting the best from their horses and her horses, and this one giving their best back. That's the key in this, and that's where the top scores come from. It's not just the riders, of course, doing their bit, but it's these horses. It's the way they respond and they give their best back and really trying. And there's that combination. We'll see what the score ends up on, but I think exciting run of shows ahead for those two every time they appear on the start list. That's going to be lots of fun to follow with Wendy de Fontaine, the 10-year-old there, with Isabelle Verve. Just the scores to come through. Is it enough to push them ahead, push the German team ahead of Belgium? That's going to be the absolute key, and I think it will be, you know. Belgium's total 216.869 with the completion, and that looking to be a strong score. Should be enough of a difference, because it was only a small, it was less than a percentage mark between them. Where is the score? Isabelle. Yes, second for her for the moment, and second for Germany for the moment. 76.935 to go ahead of Daniel Bachmann-Andersen and to slot in behind Dina van Liere and Hermes. And there you have the confirmation, 219.435 to give Germany second place in the team competition as things currently stand, which in fact they have a sort of clear margin ahead of Belgium. Belgium, of course, who have still sitting on the podium at the moment, although that'll change when Denmark go. But Sweden, of course, right down out of it now. And interesting though, for France, there is a chance. Though at that phenomenal start with Corentin Potier, of course, put in his personal best performance today with Cotillas to still be sat in 5th place. But now it's the turn of one of my favourite partnerships. This is Pauline Basquin and the wonderful Ceraturis Darima ZFICE. 14-year-old gelding by Sandra Hitt out of a Voltaire mare. That has taken her to European and World Championships, and I'm sure this year you can't see how it wouldn't perhaps take her to Paris and her home Olympics. Rode into 7th place in the Grand Prix in Compiègne, where she went on actually the following day at home in France to finish 2nd in the freestyle. See as well on those trending scores at the moment, the difference that just a single percentage is making. only twice before, I think, broken that 73% mark that they're currently sat on. Again, a little bit of tension creeping into the test in a few places. Well, sadly, it has just ebbed away, as we've seen with one or two others today, and sadly for the French team, after that amazing start, we'll see them drop down the order as well. Looking sadly like they're going to miss out on the top 10. Love the way those two go together. As you can see, even Pauline today knows that it just hadn't come together like we've seen from them over recent tests. But we will see in a moment where that score settles in and how and where that perhaps affects the team for France in the overall standings of the day. There's the marks getting set to come our way in a moment or two. Two more left to go. One for Denmark, one for the USA. It's the test that will come from Denmark that we're going to concentrate on in a moment, but let's get the score for France just out of the top 10. 72.304 for Pauline Basquin and Saratus Dariba. IFCE. So that moves the French team into 5th place. Potentially 6th place that will be once we've seen the next to go. There we have it. They'll still be delighted with the way that Corradin performed, but they know there was more there. And in the end, their marking is, there's only 1% between France and Sweden. In fact, if you were to extrapolate that, there is France, Sweden, Belgium, with basically 1.5% between the three nations, and yeah, not a lot in it at all. Right, talking of percentage marks, the team total of the Netherlands is 222.392 after that leading and stunning performance from Dina van Leeuwen and Hermes NOP, who is obviously outright in the lead. Now, Denmark, with Daniel Bachmann Andersen sat on Veron in 3rd individually, and Nana Skubber-Melard sat in 6th individually, are now lining up their final combination. And to beat the Netherlands at home, certainly not going to be easy. 73.304 is the difference. So that is what they need to better to get themselves to the top. Lunchtime down there for the press photographers, keeping a close eye on all that is happening. Plenty up there, just enjoying the sport from the stands as well. Of course, we will bring you on FEI TV, the Longines League of Nations, the show jumping here tomorrow, dressage on Saturday, and more jumping on Sunday, and plenty more besides that is happening here. Now, Carina Kerskruth, the last out with this lovely mare by Thurstenbull OL de Adva de Niro mare. The Danish Warmblood is Helene's Danciera. This, of course, is a horse that has taken her to World, European and Olympic Games. It's a horse that she brought through the young horse categories. Has qualified for the freestyle in Tokyo, qualified for the freestyle in Herning, and qualified for the freestyle in the Europeans in Risenbeck last year. It's been a consistent part of the Danish sport. Recent performance was Compagnie in the Grand Prix, 74.913. On that occasion, if they can replicate that today, it'll be enough to give Denmark the top spot in the Nations Cup. But that's the target. Being honest, you would expect... expect the unexpected is what we should have said. Not being honest, you would expect it, because unfortunately we've seen this a few times today. The unexpected has happened, and this is a partnership that, they average in Grand Prix around about the 74% mark. So there's no, every reason to think that that leading target was on offer, but then suddenly, in a day where things are coming down to small errors, has that one little moment cost Denmark the chance here and given the advantage to the Dutch? Like I said, watch the score. It'll keep changing, but at the end it has to better 73.304. Score is inevitably starting to come back as those marks come in, and she's done a brilliant job not to let that phase her or this horse. I mean, they know each other inside out. Ooh, every time something can so easily happen, and today is just not their day. Well, it is looking increasingly like today is the day that becomes the Dutch day. The class and quality of these two in the arena is still very much present. Although today they've had those couple of moments that have cost them in terms of the scores. Well, unfortunately today has not quite, as I said, worked the way they were perhaps hoping. But you know that come the championships they will, I'm sure, still play a role. But what today has proven, when you look back at some of the combinations, how easy it is in this sport for just the smallest of moments, even with combinations that have been so consistent, for things just to happen out of nowhere, and suddenly how that works against you. So one more rider to go down the centre line in a moment. That will be for the USA. Of course, they out of contention, we know, and I don't want to call it until it's confirmed, but we are just waiting for that score to come in, and then we can confirm the winner with just that one rider left to go down the centre line in a moment or so. Just waiting for that score. because that will firm up what happens to Denmark here this afternoon. 67.674. We knew it had gone the wrong way. Unfortunately, becomes the discard for the Danish team as well, which means what a boost for the Dutch going into Paris as well, especially with Hermes back. It is a total of 222.392 for the Dutch and 220.349 for Denmark, who are going to secure second place. Germany will take third, and that will be the result of the team competition. Of course, like I said, there is another individual to go. Catherine is about to get started. Catherine Beston Chandler riding with his courtier, and as she gets set to begin as the last out with this mare, this 12-year-old by Connoisseur, USA, to wrap things up. Another team of three, but struggled early on with their first combination, hence putting them out of place. Catherine, who rode at the World Championships in 2010, will wrap up this Grand Prix test. Finishing things off for the USA, finishing things off in this Grand Prix test, Catherine Beston Chandler there at Haute-Coutière as the last to come out in this Grand Prix test. And what a day it has been for dressage, for sport, and for this team competition that has gone to the Netherlands, gone to the Dutch here at home. But from an individual standpoint, not only will this competition, as I say, team-wise, individually, it has gone to Dina van Leeuwen and Hermes NOP, and heading towards Paris, the return of that combination into the fold for the Dutch team will be a massive, massive boost. The USA will be, of course, part of the lineup as well this summer. Of course, one of the nations that have qualified for the Olympics in all three disciplines, alongside Sweden, alongside Poland, the Netherlands. You've got Great Britain, Germany, France. Who else was it? Canada, Belgium. There's one other, Australia, the others that have got through of all their nations in all their three disciplines. There we go. 67.848 is that final mark for the final combination. Team score comes in 8th place, 194.848. So, the FEI Dressage Nations Cup here of the Netherlands. Well, congratulations to the Netherlands as they take the top spot with the scores of Edward Gaal, Emily Schultens and Dina van Leeuwen, and the performance of Maries van Ballen bringing home the team victory. It was close. Denmark, Lohman Zindorf, Nana Skobberg-Meral, Daniel Bachmann-Andersen and Karina Kraskruuf. And then in third for Germany, Bianca Norag-Ollenbroek, alongside Karina Schultz, Ingrid Klimke and Isabel Werf. And then it was Belgium, Sweden and France. And just look how tight it is. And this sport in team competition, always nail-biting and the smallest differences. But as I said, it's that return to the top. Their first 5-star Grand Prix test in 15 months, and Dina van Leeuwen returns with Hermes to take the top honours. Isabel Werf and the exciting ride, new, only their 4th time together. Wendy de Fontaine finishing there in 2nd place. And then 3rd, another absolute stellar performance from Veron and Daniel Bachmann-Andersen, who really are peaking at the right time. Patrick Kittel and touchdown, the new World Cup winners, took 4th ahead of Corentin Poitier with that combination best score on Gautilis du Foulard. And then it was Nana and Bluehorst on Umbludia who finished in 6th place ahead of Becky Moody and Jägerbomb, and Larissa Polilis and Flambeau to give you the full top 8 here. A lot of horses, a lot of riders, and what a competition. Of course, we will as well have coverage on FEI TV of the freestyle and, of course, the Grand Prix special. Be bringing you those over the course of the weekend on Saturday, just to give you the heads up. Don't miss those. The competition will continue. Got the Grand Prix special on Saturday at 3:30. I was just looking at the times. And then at 6:40 it'll be the freestyle. Preparations underway for the individual presentations down there on the arena floor. Well, as you can see, that's not too far from being prepared. Don't forget as well, tomorrow for the show jumping, the Longines League of Nations, and again the FEI TV coverage of that will be in full flight. That to enjoy, of course, this coverage across the network for all of the other events going on here as well. So we'll just take a short breather while the preparations are underway, and then we'll kick on with the presentation of awards. Well, it's presentation time. What a delight to see a very typically Dutch way of introducing our riders without their horses, because of course this is the home of the bicycle, and having cycled around Rotterdam in the past, there is a fabulous place to be able to use pedal power rather than horsepower. And smiles all round. It is the top 3 of this Dressage Grand Prix. Here she comes, individual winner. Congratulations to Dina van Leeuwen, who rode Herlings NOP. Oh, she's even got a rug for a bike. Congratulations time, Isabel Vessels, the president of the class, the British judge, international member of the grand jury, making the presentation, and congratulations there to Dina. Well done to her. Tremendous news to see that partnership back and back so strongly. Meanwhile, the congratulations continues as Isabel makes her way to second place, to Germany, to Isabel Werf, and to Wendy de Fontaine, that 10-year-old mare now part of her team that is looking so exciting. It's only their 4th time out together, and you can, well, imagine the success that will be coming their way, I am sure, going forward. As well, in third, as I said, he certainly got this horse to peak at the right time. The 13-year-old stallion he rode was Veron Daniel Bachmann Andersen. A lovely horse of his and Aurora Spike Collins. So, great success from all 3. Tremendous for the Dutch as well with the team. More to come from the world of dressage, of course, and much more with jumping. It's all live for you here on FEI TV. Look forward to the next stage of this amazing show here, the CHIO of Rotterdam. I'll leave you with the awards finishing off. Thank you for being with me, Gareth Jenkins. Look forward to the next time.